Let's put some clarity, shall we? Okay. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Well, welcome everyone. I almost said welcome. Welcome everyone to the Ales and Fails Twitch stream. I'm your host, Aelwolf, otherwise known as Ales, a self-proclaimed gentleman streamer. Happy Thursday afternoon, everyone. Hopefully you're having a delightful day. It's been a bit of a rough week, but no need to dwell on past trespasses against life. Let's just enjoy the moment. I guess with that, let me go ahead and start by saying that there will very likely be no stream tomorrow. Life gets in the way once again, which is why, very importantly, we have to enjoy this afternoon. So what are we doing this afternoon? Well, we're jumping back into the world of Zebes, Planet Zebes specifically, and we're picking up our Super Metroid adventure right where we left it. I think it's been 2, maybe even 3 weeks since I last picked it up, so bear with me. The first third of the stream is probably going to be me remembering what the controls are, which just happens to happen with age. Such is the life of a want-to-be variety streamer. But yeah, other than that, anyone out there on the web, hopefully this is a nice opener to your weekend. I know it is not for most of you, but maybe those watching in the other side of the world, maybe those staying up late at night, I wish you well. Today, we are holding off on starting our drinks simply because it's a bit early where I live, and as much as I like to say it doesn't matter if you drink in the PM or the AM, I do like to hold off. I do like to bunch together my rounds just so that they have a slightly better flow to them. I did recently have some coffee, which again, every time I have the coffee, it stays with me for a while. So I'm going to just rinse it off with some high quality H2O. And unlike other streams that constantly tell you to stay hydrated, I will just tell you drink when you need to drink. And stay hydrated, of course. But with that, let's get back into the action. And of course, as usual, the first thing that happens every time I try to play any game, the goggles, they don't respond. Let's see how far I get before I have to break. Okay, and I think everything is where it needs to be. Perfect. So let's go ahead and pick up where we left off. Move my camera. There we go. That's a little better. A little bitter. And so looks like these are slightly farther ahead. Let's go with this one. And I do vaguely remember getting a new suit which allows me to walk underwater, which is where I believe I am. Let's check out my map. And of course that's not the map button. There's a save room right next to me that it seems that I haven't entered. Yeah, just exploring the location here. I know that I did a lot of backtracking last time I played. It looks like this game through is going to be no different. But I think that's a little bit of what makes this stream very charming. 50% of the time we're simply wondering, hey, could I have done this better? Oh, these things, of course. I'm sure there's a better way to deal with them. Don't really need to handle this. Oh, I guess you have to bomb them. Have problems will bomb. And this is just your conventional save room. Do you good for what ails ya? Game is saved. Sanity is saved. And yeah, I remember last time, not only did I get the new suit, but I also collected the grappling hook, performed some very interesting antics. Of course, somebody's at my door. My camera has spotted someone. And I will be right back, folks. And apologies for that, folks. Unfortunately, I had to go attend the door. And as other people performing this hobby, you will know that exactly when you sit down and when you think that you're fine and don't need to move, that's when things outside the external world, things in the external world, start hassling you, like signing up for a package. My question is, why can't you just leave the thing at the door? Why do you need to bother anyone? Do you even know that half the time nobody is inside this place? That's how it goes. Let's see how many times I have to kick these things around before I just... That's not what I want. Oh. Wait a second. Huh. There was a hidden block there, but how did I activate it? Okay, let's see here. Excuse me. Too much water. Still trying to master this wall jump. And that's not gonna cut it. Really? I thought missiles were enough. Okay, never mind, I suppose. That's not what I want to do. What about the grappling hook? Maybe I can pull their shells? No, that doesn't even make any sense. It looks like it's only the bombs in morph mode that actually have any effect. Okay, well, I guess the only way is down that particular chute. But also here. Oh, wait. You can't really do a jump there. Ooh, what is this? Like the sewers? This green level of sliminess just brings me back to what you call it? What the? They can pop out of the quicksand. Reminds me of the old TMNT games. These things are fast. What happened? How is it that I simply fell down? Have I been here before? Alright. This is indeed a very confusing section of this planet. Climbing up. Ooh, there's a power there of some sort. Hopefully it is the anti-boulder power-up. Alright. And of course, a little bit of craftiness here. I would like to know what exactly triggers the boulders falling. What was the trick with the bomb? It's like... Oh yeah. Okay, so back in here, could I simply... And I think the thing that makes this the most mysterious is just this music. Alright. Well, let me explore this side one more time, but unless I'm missing something incredibly obvious, I do think that this is the end of the line here, and I have to find a different way in. Because of course they have to tease you. What if I just fall through? Oh. Ha. That's not good. I've sure started doing... What am I even trying to say anymore? I've certainly come across far many more... and this is lovely. This is lovely, isn't it? There's a lot many more... Seriously, I'm just... Can I just get out of the sand? Is that even possible anymore? Let me complete this thought before I just die. I've been encountering a lot many more armored enemies recently, which I think it is good to raise the difficulty level as you're moving forward in a game like this, but at the same time, I feel like I'm constantly powering up and the enemies power up with me, and so there's no actual growth to the things that I am doing. I wonder if they meant for that to be the case. And if it's my luck, I'm pretty sure that other monster's not gonna pop up. Just gonna hang out. Hold on just a second here. No. Of course, every time I think that's something. Okay. Let's go back to this. Maybe if I go in and just start shooting. When does it actually pop up back again? Alright, that's it. So is that sufficient? No, of course not. Can I? No, I guess I can't. And of course, I can't kill the enemy. And I also cannot kill its pellets. You're essentially telling me that... Well, I guess I need to grapple there first of all, but I'm sure that there's a way. There's like a route downstairs. Oh, it broke, huh? Did I even need it? Yeah, maybe I did. Ooh, so this is like one of these once-in-a-lifetime types of things. And I'm sure that it's gonna drop me off. I'm gonna have to backtrack a lot. Can I just... Wait a second. I would really like to know how it is that sometimes I can just jump out of the poop, and then there's other times where it just doesn't let me do the thing. Alright, let's try to swing once. And I guess that was sufficient. What is this place? Okay. Why am I even equipping this thing? What is the way forward? Well, for what it is worth, I do enjoy the pinks here. Very satisfying pinks. Alright, let's bomb it, see if that does anything. No. I'm perplexed as to how you actually get upstairs. Could I grapple beam through the... No, of course that never works. Why would that even work? Alright, I guess we're going back downstairs. I really thought that this was a fruitful chase, but maybe not the case. Also, well, let me look at my arsenal for a second. Supply mode, auto, reserve tank. I'm assuming that that's simply... I never actually figured out what the idea behind this reserve tank is, but I guess as I am nearing my death, it will become clear whether or not it gets used. What if I just stay here? No, I guess that didn't do anything. And again, I am also just mystified by the fact that sometimes the quicksand lets you escape, and other times, try as you might, it just lets you lay in the poop. So see, if I tap it a lot, I just sink. But if I don't tap a lot, I actually can get a bit of a ground hold here. And I wonder if it's trying to tell you something. Isn't it the case that in real life, if you land on quicksand, you're supposed to not move so much? I thought I heard someone say that. Oh, I hate this room. Okay. It's like I have this floaty jump whenever I'm in one of these cascades. Come on. I actually, all I really want to do is go to the leftmost screen. And of course I'm being hit by something over here. Probably going to die very soon, but at least it'll get me back to that space where I didn't have to deal with these fiends. I actually don't know what to... Maybe it's like a tap? Of course I can't even manage that. And this is the type of quicksand that just like draws you in as soon as you lose that pattern. Honestly, trying not to go into desperation on here. And I'm actually wondering if this is one of these rooms where you actually have to move forward. Oh, so what? So I would have exploded, but I had that reserve tank. Is that what you're telling me? Alright. Let's see if I can get some energy before I try this again. Okay. And then of course it destroys, which is nice, but that doesn't really do too much for me. I keep forgetting that these are Super NES controls and that me tapping the buttons any harder is not really going to do much of anything. There's gotta be some way to actually get through this. I can't imagine that this is the end. And I think having to retry these jumps wouldn't be so punishing if it wasn't for the fact that every time you do just fall into the proverbial poop, you really are at the whims of when you'll actually be able to get back up there. Okay, I refuse to believe that this is the way forward. This has got to be like a return route, if anything. Maybe there's a ledge or something. Maybe I can just do this and then it'll clear the room of enemies, right? That would be nice. No, of course, of course not. What if I just missile that punk? Beautiful. Wow, that was easy. But of course, once they're underground, it's essentially impossible to just do the jump. Okay. Wasted a missile for no reason. Alright, that's not how it's done. Well, that's not it. And just a second here, folks. Why can't I see my... Okay. Okay, that's a little bit better. Sorry, just fiddling around with my interface? Yes. Wait a second. Am I back in the... It's just two long hallways of this nonsense. Madness, I say. Maybe if I can just pop into the room, shoot the guy, at least be done with that particular beast. You're too fast for me. Do these guys ever even pop up back again? Oh no, this is the end of the gentleman streamer, folks. Out. What time are we in? Yeah, let's just return. So I guess this actually means that I'm sometimes saves are different, and of course my assumption here in popping back up to the save point was, well, it's going to save all the areas that I looked into, and maybe I can avoid retreading old locations. But unfortunately that's not the case with Super Metroid. Really, your save point is essentially a suspend point. And so maybe before I go downstairs, I'll just go up and see what's up. Very funny. Oh, I guess, but this is also a place where you can't actually go back up. And again, the wall jump is not really going to cut it. Alright, well, let's retread some space here. I guess there's exactly one thing that we learned here, and that is the reserve tanks are essentially just tanks that are in reserve. I hate these shell guys. Okay, so what if I simply go to the other side? Did I actually make it this far last time? I don't honestly remember. And of course this is the elevator shaft here in the background. So really, if this is a dead end, then I guess the only way forward is actually just going down into the quicksand, which I'm not excited about. Can I even blast these things? What is this? Are they? They're not even dying, are they? No, they're not. What is the point if? Why even shoot them? Okay, so this is that friendly place. And I say friendly with the biggest asterisk in the world. There's a boulder that's supposed to fall here, isn't there? And of course, if we keep sinking down the quicksand here, then we'll go to that location that didn't do very nice things for us. What the? Why must you hurt me, Super Metroid? All I have done is praise you. And of course, the idea here was, why are you... I would really like to know what the rhythm is here. Okay. Nice. Thank you for that, I think. And there's a boulder. I guess I can't destroy it until it starts to fall on me. Or just whenever it chooses to fall. What the... How to go about that one? Okay, I guess I'll try it one more time, but that doesn't seem to make too much sense. So, it's very unfortunate since that prize is right there. Okay. We're good. I think we're good. And so, don't step on this thing or it'll just disappear. And of course, we can't really jump into morph ball mode at the... Yeah, that is definitely a no-go. Okay. I don't know that there's too much more to see here except for some wild incompetence. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Is there anything to uncover with the bombs? Nah, doesn't seem like it anyways. What if I jump into the quicksand and morph ball mode? That doesn't help. Here I was thinking that maybe there was something that could be done in the quicksand that made it for easier navigation, but maybe that's not the case. Are we going down? I thought we were going down. Down in an earlier round. And yes, this is the room where everyone is great about everything. It's like sometimes you want to go where everyone knows your name. I'll just walk through here. Yeah. And it is clear to me that it is easier to walk or at least jump out of locations where you don't have to worry about that trickling sand on you. Well, what do you... What are you up to, buddy? So it seems like I've been here. I do vaguely remember this. I would like to find a recharge room around here. Don't get me wrong, I like the crab room, but I need a recharge room. A proper recharge room. Is this a recharge? No. It must be for something I already have, or maybe it was the map. Here is the map. Where do you wish to go? And if I'm not mistaken, I'm already gone around this area. And of course there's the elevator shaft. All the way to that right is just that location where there's all these enemies in the sand, and doesn't really quite help the situation. Wasteful. I do praise Super Metroid for the versatility of the weapons that it has, and for its verisimilitude, but I guess this is one of these instances where it would be nice to have buttons specifically assigned for like the primary weapon. You don't have to switch around between beams or bombs, missiles. Ooh, here we go. See, this is what I was talking about, the money. So maybe after I fully recharge, I'm going to go try out that sand room with a new perspective in life, a new lease on life. Like in one of those pharmaceutical commercials where people are like living their lives and just having a grand old time, while the ad is actually telling you all the side effects that you could get with said disease. Said medicine. I always found it funny that they wouldn't suspect that people wouldn't think ill of these medicines based on all the things that they list. And I think at least I'm good in terms of energy. I don't think that these guys are really going to give me the bombs I want. Alright, I think we can... make no rookie mistakes and simply get hit by these things. Nice. Can we actually go back up? I don't even remember. Maybe? I don't actually... The jump feels a bit floaty there, which makes me think that it's a possibility, but... Super Metroid. The jump feels floaty, which means that I can actually do something. I guess we can't actually go back from here. That's unfortunate. Can I even grapple? Maybe I can grapple. Nah, it doesn't seem like it allows you to grapple. What time are we at? It's almost time to crack one open. That's what time it is. Alright. I guess we're going back. And I don't remember this, but sure. Why would I just get hit by this thing? And of course that is nothing. Ooh. Really, I never went right. Seems a little unusual. Oh, that's Brinstar, that's why. That's why it's not on the map. So maybe let's go ahead and save here. Actually, before we do that, let's go to that Brinstar exit and see if it's on a location that we haven't been to. No, we've definitely been through here. What is that big X? What does a big X mean in the world of Super Metroid? Is that like a boss room? Is it a boss room that I have conquered? Because that would be nice. I have half a mind to go all the way over there and see what it's about, but this might also just be a fool's errand, as they say. What is it, like a bomb? Is that what that is? Oh, you need to uncover it first. I vaguely remember this. Don't waste any more missiles, of course. No, yeah, I remember this. Is it even worthwhile going all the way over there? I'm wondering. But there is a spark of something all the way over there. Wonderful. Is it just draining me? Oh, great. Okay, good. I guess my question is, why is this marked by a dot on the map? That's not how you activate this. Oh, huh. How do I even... I think you simply fall from the top. I think that's what that is. Okay, well, clearly this suggests to me that dots don't actually mean anything on the map. It would be nice if there was a legend for Super Metroid, things like that. How about a legend, folks? I've forgotten what the red circles are. Let's just go back to where we were. I'm going to assume that this is a waste of time. And of course there was also a waste of super missile. But you know, those don't actually come easy. Come easy. Can I just do this? It would also just be nice that you shoot one super missile and it opened up the adjacent super missile doors on opposite sides, but no, it only actually ever gets the one block. Okay, so let's save downstairs just in case. Just in case our luck continues to be spotty. And what's on this side? Brinstar. So 2 sides to Brinstar, of course. I believe we've definitely been through here. So no need to worry about that. Alright, sure, let's save right here. And I guess as we are saving, I think we're going to go ahead and complete the promise of getting that ale. No idea what I'll get just yet, but I'm sure it'll be delightful. Stay tuned. Okay, and we're back. Uh, Welcome back to the Ales and Fails Twitch stream. As I suggested before I went on the break, I think it's time to open up the first one. And longtime viewers of the stream will remember this. This is La Fin du Monde by Unibrow, which is a brewery in Canada. Chambly. I'm assuming that is a French location. That's very ignorant. It's probably in the French region of Canada. So what is a triple? A triple is a style of beer that originated in Belgium. Belgium being one of the foremost locations of craft beer making, per se. I suppose at this point you can't really call historical breweries craft beer necessarily. I think craft beer is probably something that's a little more modern, but maybe craft in its times. Certainly one of the two countries that I think about when I think about historical brewing, both Belgium and Germany. So again, triples are golden ales. They are in this interesting line of beers that I like to call the numbers there, because we have doubles. Doubles are actually dark, they're brownish. Triples are golden in color, very bubbly, and then you have quads, which are back to dark, a little darker than doubles, but they're also just sweeter, more caramelly, and certainly very high in alcohol content. And actually, I think that's one of the interesting things about the triples. They are somewhere in the middle between doubles and quads. La Fin du Monde is one of the few triples that I enjoy made in the Western Hemisphere. Most of the ones that I actually do enjoy are from Belgium itself. Yeah, and I like to describe their flavor as fiery. It's not. It's like it's got a sense of spice in its flavor, maybe from a certain level of acidity. But it is not sour per se. It's a very fetching taste, and this once again boils down to the notion that Belgium did use a lot of spices in their beers and certain citrus flavors there. Let me go ahead and open this one, and I'll be just a bit careful. La Fin du Monde is one of those beers that I never know it whenever I open the bottle or the can if it's going to explode on my face. Okay, so there it goes. Not an explosion today. Let's go ahead and pour this one in the old untapped beer stein. And just a bit of a pour. Simply because I was concerned that it might actually start dripping down the side. That's never good. You never want to pour. So that's a lot ahead. While we're waiting for this to calm down, let's go ahead and see what our friends at Untapped have to say about that. Let me go ahead and pull that up. Let's see alternate. Okay, I think you can see that. Let's go ahead and look this up. So I've had this quite a number of times, certainly as Ale Wolf and many other times as a different individual. The end of the world. The excellence of triple fermentation through a blend of special yeasts give this malt beverage an exquisitely robust flavor of exceptional refinement. That said a lot of nothing. Brewed since February 1994. And maybe that's actually one thing that I omitted when I was talking about what I think about in triples. It is just the fact that ales made in Belgium have their own very specific yeast strains which give these compounds and these flavors. And certainly that fiery nature that I talked to you guys about. So, Fang Ale. And definitely the yeast sense is very much in my face. Just in the head itself, and I can tell you that it is very reminiscent of back when I used to do some home brewing, some amateur home brewing. It is kind of just the delicious rot sense that you get whenever you're brewing something. So relatively light in flavor, even though it's got a cloudy appearance. I'm trying to work my way through the foam here. There's some very light citrus notes there, which add to that level of complexity. And just that, I don't know, it's like a fusion between banana and oranges that gives it this, again, this very fiery character. I urge you to try it, see if you can find with a better descriptor than myself for it. Let's get back to the action, but before that, let me go ahead and update the ticker. As usual, to make sure that those folks watching are not completely perplexed as to what it is I am drinking. And there it goes. So we'll enter our entry at some point there. But with that, let's get back to the game, shall we? Let's go back into Super Metroid. Okay, and last we were trying to get back. It's certainly a wonderful thing where you notice the clock on the stream. It says an hour, and you have done nothing of note, anyways. The clock is ticking on us all. And I do remember this area, and I remember not getting something there. Maybe I should be a little more explorational. And what's on that side? I think that'll just get me into the same bind way back into that area with the sand. Thank goodness for the high jump. I feel like a lot of the power-ups that I found in my Super Metroid campaign have actually been quite accidental. And thus I can imagine eventualities where I made it this far without things like a high jump and things like without a grappling hook. And it makes me wonder what sort of progress I might have made then. I can see why I can't reach this side. I can see that there's a door up there. I definitely can't wall jump my way to victory. Yeah, not today. One thing I certainly wish they hadn't done is use the soundbite for dropping a bomb or whatever and make it into the same sound that you use to get hurt. Every time I get hurt, it essentially sounds to me like I'm dropping a pail of water or something. Does everyone ever use pail anymore? And I guess the only way to go is up. Right, and I remember maybe I tried this, but that's not the way to do it. What are the chances that to get in there I actually have to use one of these? Unlikely. So that does nothing for us. Where am I here? There's a couple of blocks that I didn't explore. I don't know if that was by choice. Is that like a final drop? If I go down there, will I never be able to come back up? I really don't want to keep backtracking here, folks. And of course there's an up there. these things. Okay. One thing you quickly learn whenever you start using any sorts of goggles for scuba diving, riding motorcycles, or playing video games is that your skin breathes a lot. For better or for worse. And I made it that way. So what am I missing here? I don't want to assume that I'm coming up with things, but I vaguely remember a recharge center here. And I was right. Can I get everything back? What was here? And this is yet another one of those points of no return back into Crateria, which we don't really need to go into, but just a minute here, folks. Okay, nothing interesting. What I might go ahead and do is create a suspend point here. Very nice. And for anyone just tuning in, still enjoying a La Fin du Monde, a Belgian triple from Unibrow. And for those in the French-speaking world, les francophones, La Fin du Monde means the end of the world. So now if you had to choose one way in which the world would end, how would it be? Make no mistake, the world will end. It's just a matter of how and when. Wow. Well, at least I can see what I missed from that time. What is this? Is this the backtrack? Second, what's downstairs? Oh, it's that map that the place with the tall cliff. Jeez, guy. I would really like to get the timing down on this. What a funky platform. Okay, so I think we have to go back. I guess let's go downstairs, see if we can actually make a jump or a leap to the right side of the screen. Ah, the game is too smart for us. So we're gonna have to make our way back up. Sorry folks, I'm following an incredibly compelling conversation here. So we're gonna have to make our way back up, do a bit of backtracking, and I think what we will do when we reach that platform, simply make a safe suspend point right there so we don't have to keep repeating the same areas. I don't mind the backtracking because of my own turpitude, but it does get frustrating when a game simply just gives me a location where I have to make a lot of backtracking just to repeat the same move. In this case, simply being using the grappling hook properly. What are these crabs even? Okay, so let's create a suspend point here. Probably can rewrite this. Why not? And let me just see something here. Okay. And then we're going to try to make this jump. Well, that is why we do the things we do. You know, it is in instances like this where I wonder, I must be doing something, I must be going down a special route because the developers couldn't have expected the game players to make all of these incredibly perfect jumps. All on the same go. But clearly they did here. Do I really have to go all the way back up? Can I actually just run? Okay. Here's me wondering if I was a child, a wee lad, and if I would have the patience to learn something like this. Alright, made it once more. And it is good. It is good. Now where are we? What is even the point of any of this? let's not become too forlorn. At least we've got beer. Nah, I don't want to go down there. I feel like I don't want to go down there, but I'm sure I will have to. Hey, and look at that. We've reached an area that we haven't been to before. That almost never happens. Super Metroid has taught me to always bomb walls, I guess. Kind of brings me back to the old Legend of Zelda, where you really would have to just bomb all dungeon walls to make sure that there wasn't a special door somewhere. Ah, these things. Ooh, hey, what is this all about? Okay, good times. Some more missiles for our troubles. I have to stop doing that. Look at that. And so I guess it is confirmed. White dots mean that something is or was there, which is not very helpful considering there's so many spots with white dots. I want to stay away from the path of those spiky things. Can I bomb this? Yes. This can't be a dead end. My kingdom for... Oh, hey. I don't want to suddenly drop somewhere. What is this place? It's like a beehive. Gives me memories of Donkey Kong Country 2. Specifically when you would I think, what was it, the third map? Crazy Kremland. Specifically, even though it was a map themed around an amusement park, it also just had a lot of stages where you simply had bees and beehive levels, and I remember one of them was with Rambi, and that was awesome. But yeah, that's the feeling that I just got. See, now, actually, that would be nice, having Rambi in this area. Maybe I wouldn't have so much... What am I doing here? I know you can reach it. I just have to make a pixel perfect jump. Maybe I have to really wall jump. I think it's supposed to be here, right? And again, one of these instances where I just want to kill all the enemies so that... Ah, thank goodness. think I need any more anyways, so it's fine. Alright, so what I would really like to do That's weird that the map did that. Let's get up that platform, but how? I would love it if it was a straightforward jump. What am I missing here, folks? And also, why am I so unable to actually do a wall jump? Wow, it must not be in me today. Oh, there, I saw it happening. And just for those of you who are confused, this happens to be the Ales and Fails Twitch stream, where we specialize on having ales. Oh, there he goes. I was just a bit too high on the ledge. Where we specialize in drinking ales as well as failing. I'm starting to think that maybe it's not a wall jump. But it is just kind of odd that it would give you this option to... Let's see if I go back here. Is there any other paths that maybe I haven't explored? Maybe there's a jump that I haven't made here. Oh, is that something? No, so far it looks like steady ground. I guess I'm gonna tap every single block until maybe I can uncover things with the power bomb. No, that didn't really do anything. And of course that leads us all the way back. Does that do anything for us? Probably not. What does the map show here? What is above? Trying to see if there was a connecting area, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Okay. So maybe that's not where we... I think what I find the most frustrating is just the fact that it does seem like you can literally just walk up there and it would be fine. It also just seems like such a simple jump. Wow. Is there more? Well, I guess I'm stumped. I really hope that it has nothing to do with a feat of strength I'm not completing. I also feel like doing that was already such a clever trick. Why wouldn't that be sufficient to move across? Okay, here's me trying to do the wall jump just at the lowest most level, if that'll change things. And of course, the worst part just settles in the thought that, hey, maybe if you don't go back, maybe if you leave this, you will never actually make it back because you will have forgotten. I think you actually have to roll into the jump for you to actually make the screw jump. All right, I say enough. This is a bit silly. Let's explore as to what's in the rest of this room. Welcome to the chat, Rekin Malad, and let me know if I'm not pronouncing that properly. Do I want to know what the techniques to do it are? Sure, let me know. I think I've tried enough. In the meantime, let me see if I can continue exploring this area. Bomb jump. Do you mean that the thing where I go into bomb mode and I try to keep going up just by using the bombs to actually elevate myself? Oh, yeah, that's not necessarily my forte, unfortunately. I've never actually mastered that. It's the sort of thing where I can jump, and of course, in theory, I could make any jump by just doing that, but it's not within my means, unfortunately. And I suspect that that's the answer for a lot of the locations here at Super Metroid, but it is also just beyond my capabilities. But I certainly appreciate your input there. You could also jump on the right wall. All right, let's check it out one more time. Jump on the right wall, huh? By the way, I hope you're having a wonderful Thursday afternoon or whatever time zone you find yourself in. These little buggers remind me of these goblins in one of those Zelda games. Do some kind of wall jump. So before I try anything new, let me clear the room here. Okay, so those guys are dead, which wonderful. Lucky 69 here. Wait a second. I believe I had been trying that this entire time. Okay. I've been doing this for too long. But thank you very much for the friendly advice there. Actually, if you hadn't said anything, I would not have come back to this room. So watch it. Just the moment that I take the controller back up, I just happen to fall down again. But let's keep moving. I knew that if I could simply get high enough that I could get on this ledge, but maybe it was just a sort of thing with the timing. And of course, since I'm playing on the Switch, I never know whether or not my inputs are as timely as they could be. And of course, that's just me making excuses for my own poor performance, but it does make me wonder sometimes when it comes to these retro games, just how accurate that feedback is. Alright, let's see here. These guys are also a pain in the butt. I feel like there's something here. Some of these backdrops just remind me a lot of the Super Contra game. And specifically reminds me of all the intestines depicted in Super Contra with all the giant enemies. Huzzah! Victory. So very nice, some added super missiles. Sorry, I'm trying to be careful not to touch the floor because I assume that as soon as I touch the floor, there will be a cave-in and I will have to go back, do some serious backtracking, which is always a pain in the butt. I believe that's what is it called? Bloodborne speak. No, not Dark Souls speak. Elden Ring speak. No traps here. Let's just go back then. Let's get out of here, folks. Alright, so now we can safely go back to where we were. At least I can walk away from the stream thinking that I've accomplished something. It's been a lot of backtracking thus far. But I guess that's what happens when you leave a game for long periods of time. Alright, so we're back here. Let's uncover that little block over there and then we can move on proper. I did think that lack of grass there was interesting, but stranger things have happened. Like the show Stranger Things. Alright, so I guess only one way to go. Is there a door here, perhaps? And yeah, maybe one day I should just take an hour and master the bomb jump. One day, I suppose. Huh. I honestly thought that there would be a drop here, but maybe not. Okay, I'll take it. I keep forgetting that I'm actually underwater in this entire map. And of course we've already been here. No need to re-explore. It's only whenever I see the flying fish that I remember, oh yes, this happens to be water. Alright, so I guess let's explore east. Maybe get some of those empty areas that we haven't explored yet. And for those of you just joining us, still enjoying a La Fin du Monde, a Belgian triple by Unibrow. Very rich. While it is no G Fuel, it will certainly take the edge off. And I'm sure that one of these floors is fake. Let's see. Oh, let's do the trick. Oh, wait a second, I already opened it. Oh, right, and we were here before, and we were wondering how to get back up there. For all the frustrations that I've experienced with Super Metroid, one thing that I can never fault it for is just the atmosphere that is set by the music that they play. It's actually quite good. It definitely puts you in a particular feeling. What's the catch here, folks? Of course. Is that the case up above too? One way to find out. No, it is only downstairs. Alright, and this is actually where we started the entire stream. With these little crab guys that I so utterly despise. Ah, that's not what I meant to do. Wait, how do you... I would really like to think that that takes a lot of skill, but I'm sure that had I played this when I was a lad, that would have been second nature. Jeez. Okay, let's try that one more time. Am I doing the jumping? timing of my buttons just has to be perfect. I think once you're in the leaping position, that's when you're actually free to let go of the charge beam button. But if you don't enter that leaping position, it actually doesn't let you do the jump up, which is a little never too early to fight off that arthritis. Beautiful. Okay. You know what? We'll probably just create a suspend port here because that took a bit too much. Let's be classy about this, shall we? And of course, let's try one more time. And of course, it's very much feasible to do this. It's just about timing the buttons properly. If I could just... Didn't even have to do the jump. What is this? Actually, before I even do that, what was down there? Curiosity did kill the cat. No, why did I do that? That's probably not a good idea, right? It's just gonna push me back all the way down. Let's continue exploring, and then we'll get back. And these are Metroids, the classical Metroids, if I'm not mistaken. And just for context, this is my first playthrough of Super Metroid. I've actually only ever played Metroid Fusion before. So, there's definitely a few things that are familiar to long-time followers of the series, but I entered at a very unusual spot, to say the least. Never have done any of the Metroid Prime games. Nice. Oh hey. Okay, and there's a door there, of course. And there's that elevator shaft again. Maybe one of these guys will do the trick. No, doesn't seem like it. Maybe. And actually, the way that I decided to play Super Metroid was curious, to say the least. I really wanted to play a Metroidvania, which I have played before, and I thought, hey, maybe let me try the other half of that formula. Okay. So got a dash there. Sometimes I do forget that there is more than one way to get through doors. And of course one of them is the running. And of course that's what this is right here. Okay, so I guess we'll just run our way to victory. Nice. Is there any bombable area here? Do I even want to know? Okay. I think we're doing well so far. Anything up here? You know, I don't like the sound of this theme change. It makes me think that there's a boss ahead of us. I'm sorry, let's do one of these. That's not what I meant to do. Yet again, one of these instances where using save states is actually a bad thing. Longtime followers of the stream will remember that all of the progress that I have deleted by overwriting my location by using a silly save state. Fortunately, this is not too much harm done. Where was I going with this? Yeah, so every time I enter a room and the theme changes to something something that I like to think about as maybe mysterious, it makes me think, oh, boss battle. Which I was right in the money for that one. Wouldn't that be grand if every time you entered like a tough situation in real life and I don't know, like I don't want to bring up the thought of like a bully or something like that, but maybe if you had like a really tough meeting at work. Yeah, let's say a meeting at work, that you entered the conference room and then the music in your head just changed to like, oh, okay, it's tense now. Alright, so let's create a suspend point here. Alright, we're good, we're good. Immediately changes to missiles. Hello. Where's the weak point? I guess the weak point is just its head. But only when it's coming out, maybe? And not any other part of its body. And I guess it's very clever what it's doing here. It has very random patterns. And by clever, I mean it is smarter than me. Maybe if I continue to hit it with super missiles. And it seems like as long as I stay in morph ball mode, it probably won't. No, never mind. I should just eat my words. But at least I am a smaller target as of morph ball. Ah, I should have taken the shot. Jeez, guy. I wonder if it'll actually stand still if I stay in this corner. I'm starting to believe that it won't. Now I'm thinking that I should just hit it in the head even if it doesn't stop. You know what, here. How about that? What is the tell here? What am I missing? I really don't want to run out of super missiles. Oh, okay. So I do just need to hit it in the head regardless of what it's doing. Even if it's not standing still. Excuse me. And there they go. Watch me waste 56 missiles, not hitting it in the head. Okay, down it goes. Wow, that was But to be perfectly honest with you, probably one of the most straightforward Super Metroid enemies. I feel like thus far it's always been me having to die several times and then just missile spamming until I get the victory. So this one actually made me discover a strategy. For as lackluster as it is to hide out in a corner or wait for the shot, that is a strategy. Give me just a second here. Deal with something in real life here just for a second. Alright, I think I'm back on track. Please tell me that there's a prize here somewhere. That would be nice. Secret passages, perhaps? It looks like this place should be littered with secret passages. And I can see that there's something downstairs. Oh no, quicksand. Man's greatest enemy. Okay, I guess we haven't left any stone unturned here, but of course we have. Now, how do we get up there? That's a real question. Maybe it's one of these running sequences. There is actually enough room for it. No? What was the thing? You had to run and then push down? I so dearly want another energy tank. Well, let me try and jump until I find a potential... Yes, there's a false ceiling here. Ah, and you need to run through it, huh? Very clever, clever, clever. Okay, so here's something I had never realized. Whoa, that's a lot of bugs. That you could actually run on top of quicksand, but maybe that makes sense. Oh, come on. Give me a second here, folks. And as usual, life is getting in the way. It's actually getting very close to our next round, given the timing. But I can tell that there's a lot of stuff here. So maybe I need to destroy those blocks as I'm running. Maybe that's the idea. Okay, so I destroyed them, so then what? Let me get back up there as a bomb. Now it makes me think that some of those locations where I kept dropping like a sinker that I could actually ran through And of course, we're all fishermen here, so we all know what a sinker is. Nice. How I wish all puzzles in this game were as straightforward as that. Alright, let's see here. Alright, let's just go across. Let me see if I can get any more bombs or whatever. All the places where I could get extra stuff. I also just like the fact that these guys are very slow. It makes for the perfect recharge center. Alright, let's see what's over here. Ah, it's one of these places, huh? Of course there was something here. Prizes ahead? It looks like there might be a prize up ahead. There's also that entire area that I'm not... There's a lot to explore here, folks. Let's actually work on this. For we are standing at the end of the world. What is this? Okay, that's unusual to say the least. Where are you guys going? I mean, it is pretty obvious that these guys are enemies. Okay. So I guess their main function is to block. Can I kill them with a plasma? Well, no, but I guess I opened up a hallway. Okay, so some more missiles. I'm actually very close to a boss room. Long-time viewers of the stream may be questioning, Ails, how is it that every time you are close to wrapping up the stream, you happen to stumble upon a boss? And I respond to them, well, it is the devil's luck. But maybe not today. I don't seem to find a way into it. Okay, so we are here. I'm gonna say maybe it's a function of that road upstairs. Okay, nice, and all I need to do really here is run. Okay, another grappling hook section. Just get into position, my friend. Ah, and this door is blocked off for whatever reason. Wow. It's so much easier to jump from wall to wall as opposed to jumping off from the same wall. Where are we? Okay, so the first thing I see is grappling hook spots below me, which means that if I fall, at least I have a chance to get back up. Give me a second here. And give me a second here, folks. Just trying to put out a few messages before I continue. All right, let's keep going here. So, and of course I fall because that is the thing I do. What is hitting me? Is there a monster in the quicksand that I'm not aware of? Okay, good. What is that? Spikes, they didn't need to be powered up in order to damage me, but okay. Is this like poison quicksand? Is that why I'm getting hurt? Give me a second here. Swing, and of course we swang poorly. Oh hi, I didn't even realize that you could actually do a 360 on the swings. Nice. It's also just nice that you are actually able to kill the Metroids by using my grappling hook. Which you wouldn't expect, to be perfectly honest with you. Let's see how far we can swing. Jeez, I was so close. And of course it's the spikes here that are providing the greatest challenge. If it was simply a hanging on type of situation, it would be a little easier. All I really need to do is grab onto that ledge. It shouldn't be that difficult. I shoot my... Another danger with the quicksand is just the fact that I don't know exactly when it'll just throw me downstairs into the map, which will induce a lot of backtracking. I always... And that is the reason why I think that there's at least a microsecond of a delay in input. I can't be shooting at the thing and assuming that I'm not actually hitting the block when it is so obvious to me that I am. Okay. Whew, that was tough. Okay, so there is a save room upstairs, which I would like to take first before I go forward. Okay, so a save room, which is nice. Saves completed. Let's see what's up ahead. And a recharge station of some sort. Okay, well that's one of these energy recharges are always good. I honestly feel like the only time I need my missiles, super missiles, or plasma bombs is whenever I'm about to face a boss. To your health. Let's go downstairs and see what's there. And of course this requires one of these. That would be something wonderful. one chance. Very nice. Wait, is that actually it though? I guess so. Let me try to get into that gap. Okay, so I'm in the gap. It is not doing anything. Well, at least we know. How do we actually get back safely? We probably don't. How did I actually go there without taking a hit? One of these mysteries that will never be solved, I suppose. Right, poison quicksand. Where am I on the map? So this is above that boss room. Here's me wondering if I need to get swallowed by a quicksand. But you know what? Before we do that, let's go ahead and grab something else. We are fresh out. I think it's time for a refresher. We'll be right back. All right, and we are back. Let me go ahead and. Okay, that's a little bit better. So, if you are just joining the stream, welcome to the Ales and Fails Twitch stream. I'm your host, Aelwolf. I went ahead and decided to get a second beer this afternoon. This is Offshoot Beer Company's Retreat, something I've had before on stream. Longtime followers of the stream will know this one. This is a hazy double IPA. But what's an IPA first of all? An IPA is a type of ale that is incredibly bitter. It stands for India Pale Ale, and as the story goes, the reason why it was created was because during the trade, during the Victorian era, or one of those eras, they used to sail between Britain and India, and in order to prevent the beer from going stale and rotting, they would simply add a lot of hops. Hops actually, in addition to being bitter, also have a microbicidal. Well, essentially it kills microbes. It has an agent that kills microbes, and so they would add a lot of hops into the beer, and so sailors would drink it because it would actually withstand the long journey, and they grew a sense of the bitterness. So IPAs themselves are generally bitter. They're largely known today as West Coast IPAs, at least in North America, and they're not really my favorite. They're not my cup of tea, as I like to say. But the style hazy IPA is a little bit different, and as its moniker suggests, it's hazier, which means that it's unfiltered. And by the term unfiltered, it means that during the fermentation process, the yeast that was created during the fermentation process has not been filtered out. Generally, West Coast IPAs are actually not transparent, but you can see the yellowish color on it, the golden color on it, but you can actually see through it. Hazy IPAs, on the other hand, are actually a little more robust because they have that yeast content. The thing, though, that separates hazy IPAs or New England IPAs from West Coast IPAs is the fact that their flavor has very little to do with bitterness. And so, whereas for a West Coast IPA, you actually add the bittering hops during the boiling process, which yields a lot of bittering reagents. You actually add the hops in a hazy IPA during the fermentation process, and what that actually enables is for the hops to yield compounds that are a little more aromatic, a little more flavorful, and generally what you get is very floral flavors, very floral notes, a little more tropical, things like pineapple, some citrus fruits like oranges or grapefruits. They're actually quite delicious. And so I will always recommend a hazy IPA. I will never recommend a West Coast IPA, but chat out there, if you want to recommend a West Coast IPA that I can try, please feel free to let me know. I'm always down to changing my mind. This is a Retreat. It's got a couple of jellyfish on them. Let's go ahead and open this one up. And so I believe Offshoot Beer Company is related to another brewery that I liked, also known as The Brewery. I believe they actually bought them, but so far they've retained their label, which is quite nice. And a very nice pour right there. As I suggested before, you can actually see through this. It's actually more of an orange color as opposed to a blonde color. You can definitely see a lot of sediment in there, which again suggests that a lot of the yeast is in there. Let's go ahead and pull up what Untappd has to say on the matter. Give me just a second here. And that's, excuse me, let me move on. Let's go with Retreat. So, This hazy double IPA is brewed with a simple malt bill and a hopped heavily with fruit-forward Mosaic, Cashmere, and Eldorado. Those are all strains of hops, for those of you not in the know. Laced with delicate and aromatic tropical notes along with a bright berry medley and a crisp mouthfeel. It's like diving into the Pacific on a 90-degree day. Seriously, nothing beats the heat like Retreat. Very nice there on the rhyming. Fingernail the reviewer. And honestly, the first thing that hits you is actually the bouquet on the beer. It's actually, I don't want to give it to them, but it actually does have a very strong sense of like a, maybe not like a cranberry, but maybe like a raspberry type of aroma there. The taste begins with a little maybe savoriness. It's got a robust body, very light bitter on the finish, but it's actually quite acceptable. Yeah, just strong tropical notes, a little more like grapefruit on the body. And I hate to say because of the alliteration, but maybe just a little bit more. It's almost like a thirst quenching drink built on grapes. Maybe the roundness of grapes, if that makes any sense to you. It makes sense to me. I suggest you try this and let me know what you think about it. Because I'm at a lack of words as to how to describe this. But yeah, this is quite good. I like it. Retreat. This is a hazy double IPA. I suggest you have it if you haven't tried it before. It's actually quite available here in the West Coast. And let's update the ticker there. And there we are. Okay, but with that, those of you that are here to watch the game, let's get back into it. Okay, so we are essentially at a dead end here. Let's see what we can do. I honestly wanted to go to that boss fight, but it seems like there's no easy way to do that. What I'm going to try to do is go through the quicksand. I doubt that I am correct in making this assessment, but crazier things have happened. Okay, so it seems like there's spikes at the bottom of the quicksand, which is why I don't want to actually do that. There has to be a different way to get there. Okay, let's grapple hook our way out. And we've already been there, so no need to do that. Let's try to get into that empty space. And I'm trying to 360 into the room up above, but I don't think that's what that is. Oh, come on. Okay. I was honestly trying to see if there was another door. Come on, dude. I wish I knew what was the key to getting Samus into that stance. Wow. It's almost as if wow. And it also seems like my stream has crapped out. So right after I make this jump, I will check on what's wrong with it. Right now I'm incredibly frustrated with this. Jeez, guy. Okay. Jeez, okay. Let me try and reload this. And it looks like the stream is actually still going, so maybe I was worried for nothing, but you never know with these things. It's interesting to see that there is a lot of just old school Metroids in this area. Come on. If you're not gonna do anything for me, at least just stick to the wall. Magic 69. Okay, so where are we here? So there's an entire room to the west that we haven't been able to get into. And this was after we defeated that boss enemy. That boss enemy, that's wonderful. Alright, let's see if we can try and get inside. So I wonder if the trick here is to destroy all enemies. What else am I missing here? Okay, well that's definitely not it. I wonder if it's only a way out as opposed to a way in. on. It can't. I honestly wish. I'm pretty sure that the game developers know that at some point people catch on to the idea of a wall jump. And so if you know how to pull it off, maybe it would be a little more feasible. But yet, I find the same exact challenge no matter how many times I've actually done it. Alright, I don't think that the way in is through there, or at least I'm not willing to waste my time doing that. So I'm wondering if there's a way to get up there from here. Did anything open up? No, it doesn't seem like it. That's a lot of bugs. Oh, come on. Oh, that's good. I guess there was a monster there. The question remains how to get up there. Wish there was an easier way to determine false ceilings here. Again, the goggles are not working out today. Okay. Well, let's see what happens if I go to the bottom of the quicksand. Let those creatures be. And I find myself in a part of the map that I've never been to, which is good, I think. I don't think there's anything here. How do you even attack these things? Okay, we are back in this area with these creatures that I loathe. Why won't they just... Come on, dude. Why would... If I am shooting at you, why would you just keep coming? And of course we are back to where we started. There is still 2 dots on that map. Oh my. Maybe if I could just use my grappling beam to pull away their shells or something like that, that would be nice. Okay, and climbing the wall. Wow. Seriously, it seems like the more I try this, the lower I go. I just wish I understood the order of operations here. Because I do feel that once I'm at the wall, I can take my sweet time and press the jump button, but sometimes just turning around in the other direction will just make me drop, which makes me think that maybe I'm not as safe as I think I should be. Wow, maybe I need to crack the old Okay, let's try this one more time. And again, it is the sort of thing that once I get Samus into that position, it's wonderful, but if I fail to do that, I essentially go back to the beginning, which is very frustrating. Go, die. What is that? Huzzah! Wait. What is the trick here? Alright, let's plasma bomb this. Seem to be doing much of anything. What other methods can we actually get through? That didn't do much of anything. Maybe up. I'm very surprised that it is none of these. What is this crab guy gonna do? I follow its moves, I will know where we need to go. No, it actually just kept going. And of course, the plasma bombs didn't. No, nothing there. What about this? Oh, wait a second. No, we've been here. There's definitely something up there. Of course, we've already been there, so that doesn't really... Do these crab creatures just spawn out of nowhere? Wow. Okay, I think that does it for us. Where are we? We're essentially a couple of steps from where we started. And I dare say that it is very likely that we will probably retread similar ground when we come back, but so be it. After this, so we're actually ending the Super Metroid stream. After this, I think we'll go into Elden Ring with friend of the stream, John. So if you're interested in some back and forth and watching some Elden Ring fails, I suggest you stay. But if not, please tune in next week. I generally do retro games during this time on Thursdays. The other game that I'm playing right now is Banjo-Kazooie. So I'm bouncing between Banjo-Kazooie and Super Metroid. But yeah, thank you for your time this afternoon. Happy Thursday, and I hope I see you on the other side of this break. Oh, and stay thirsty, Wolfkin. Okay, and welcome back everyone to the Ales and Fails Twitch stream. I'm your host, Aelwolf, otherwise known as Ales, aka the Gentleman Streamer. This afternoon with an unusual pick, Elden Ring. Generally, we would have called it quits on the stream, but because we will be indisposed tomorrow afternoon, we decided to move this block up by one day. And here to welcome us into this talk show corner is our friend of the stream, John. John, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. Just getting ready for Veterans Day to have a nice, relaxing remembrance of the veterans.
Yeah, that's it is important to honor our veterans. Actually, we've never asked this question, and maybe this is an exclusive for the show. Are you a veteran, John?
No, I'm not a veteran. Although I could see how you would make that mistake, but no, I'm not.
Would you say that a lot of people make that assumption when they meet you, when you have them over for dinner, and they're like, "Oh, this guy must be a veteran."
Yeah, a lot of people make that assumption, but it can be forgiven.
Okay. Well, bless their souls, I suppose. And thank you all the veterans out there for doing the work that you do. Um, but yes, as usual, we're going to go jump back into the world of Elden Ring. And if you might recall, the last time we were doing this, we were actually facing a boss. I don't know that I've actually moved since then. But we'll see how far we go. I did manage to level up once before today, so here's hoping that we can actually push forward. Have you been playing Elden Ring much, John?
Not much. I'm still basically stuck in the same spot that I am, but I've been making some progress on the boss.
Well, you know what? That's okay because we are here to do some good old-fashioned chatting. What have you been up to this week?
Not much. Just same old, same old. You know, watching a couple shows, keeping up on a couple hobbies here and there.
Well, what have you been watching?
So recently, I guess the last thing that I watched was the 7th episode of Sandman, the Netflix series. I guess you haven't watched it yet.
Hold on a second here. I just realized that I never changed for my intermission. Okay, there it goes. Sorry, so you were watching The Seven? Is that what you? Wow.
No. I was watching Sandman.
Episode 7 of The
series.
Sandman.
Yes. So yeah, that series is still pretty good. Definitely recommend it if you haven't watched it yet. Very, very engaging series. Heavy use of fantasy. In a pretty new and refreshing way.
How many episodes does season 1 actually have?
I was checking that, and I think that it might be more than 10 because I have this application called Just Watch that lets me track the episodes that I watch, and so I remember me being on the 7th, and it was still like halfway through the entire progress of the series. I think I still have a ways to go.
I'm surprised that you call it an app, because I used to use Just Watch just as a website. I guess it has become an app.
Yes.
What is this, a giant enemy crab? Great, I guess I am dead. So, wait, how many episodes did you say it had?
I think it has more than 10. Maybe like 13, I want to say. That's just my guess, though.
Are you actually keeping up with the release schedule?
No, it already came out a while ago.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so it's all released already.
Well, what have you to say about Sandman thus far?
It's a really engaging series. I'm pretty surprised with kind of the presentation, the effects, kind of like the way that it ties different mythological characters together. Um, and kind of explores some pretty interesting ideas. So I would definitely recommend you give it a watch.
Is there a type of show that you would say fans of this type of show would enjoy Sandman?
Maybe if you like just fantasy in general. I think if you like fantasy, then this might be up your alley.
Just fantasy in general.
Yeah, I would say so.
Well, good times, I suppose. So let's see if your momentum on the series changes as you proceed with the final episodes.
I'll definitely keep you up to date on that. And I want to make progress in this game, but this dang crow, fire-breathing crow monster thing keeps killing me.
Is it a necessary boss for you?
It's not even a boss. It's like some guy.
A random field enemy?
Yeah.
Don't I know those? And actually, one thing that I forgot to say, speaking of fiery crow enemies, I happen to be drinking an offshoot beer company Retreat Hazy Double IPA, which is actually quite delightful. Tastes like grapefruit, has a berry mouthfeel, and has a taste, an aftertaste of grapes, if you can believe that. So fans of berries will certainly love this one. Fang and Ale. Did you notice how that was a seamless transition?
It's pretty seamless. I think you're getting better at that.
Excellent. Very happy for the vindication there. So, as I was suggesting earlier, last time I was playing this, I was actually fighting against Leonine Misbegotten, which is a boss that I read is going to give me a great sword, and I am currently a user of great swords, so I think that it will better prepare me against my eventual fight against Margit. But so far I have been rather unlucky in fighting this person. Clearly the idea here is either I leave and level up or just continue trying until I actually get the hang of things. So let me go ahead and just give this a shot. Not one of my favorite fights, I gotta say. And it would be nice if I could summon you here, but I actually can't.
Really?
Wow. I actually got 4/5 of the way right there. You think that I actually just need to keep trying. So,
You're getting
correct
close.
me if I'm wrong, but excuse the way that you know that you can summon somebody is you have to see a stake of Marika. And I haven't seen any of those nearby, so I'm assuming that I can't actually summon you.
No, a stake of Marika is for what do you call it? It's kind of like a temporary bonfire, if I'm remembering correctly. It's like a half bonfire because you can't sit at it, but you can resurrect at it. So I think you can summon me. It's just that I would have to find your location.
Oh, I see. Well,
What is your location?
well, are you
I'm
watching?
willing to hint.
Are you watching my stream?
I could pop it on the
Oh
tablet
my
real
goodness, you are not watching that. This is why I get no views because John is not watching my stream. I am southwest of Castle Morn. But I would assume that you would actually know what Castle Morn is if you had actually gone through it. It's a lot of ruins that eventually end up in a beach, which is where I am. And this is all the way at the southmost tip of Lingrave.
Wow, you've explored a lot of Limgrave.
Yeah, I really went to a lot of locations. Hold on a second.
So that's like in the southernmost tip.
Yeah. It is. I wish that there was a good way to describe it, but south of Castle Morn Rampart, which doesn't really give you any. Okay, south of the Bridge of Sacrifice, south of Forlorn Hound, Evergall, which you would know what that is if you had gotten there. South of the Cave of Knowledge, south of the Church of LA, which I think you know what that is. Anyways, let's give this fight another go.
Right, I guess I'll try to make my way to you in the meantime.
Gotta say, sometimes this guy is very quick and sometimes he's actually very slow on the counter attack. But I think I'm getting there. I think I'm getting the hang of this. So as I was telling you offline, my most recent conquest in terms of modern media was finishing up with season 2 of The Boys. Now, John, you have seen this, of course.
I have indeed.
So a lot of things happened which I wasn't understanding in the first place. Obviously, the idea is that Homelander has pseudo kidnapped his kid.
It's almost like a point now, if you think about it.
And so Vought kind of doesn't want this, but they are actually not doing too much about it. And so Butcher goes to deal with them. And I find it very strange that they don't simply kill him outright, but I guess he's not that much in their radar at this point. Or maybe he is in their radar, but they understand that he has resources that can't be ignored. So he goes...
So right now you're talking about Billy, right?
Billy who?
Billy Butcher?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. What did I say?
No, I just wasn't sure if you were referring to Homelander or Billy Butcher or his son.
Yes, I was referencing Billy Butcher. So he goes to speak with what's his name? Juan Carlos Esposito. I forget what his name is in this show.
It's just Gus.
Yeah, let's just call him Gus Fring. So he goes see Gus, and he tells him, "Hey, los pollos hermanos." Um, but I think he. So the deal is not very evident to me. I had to actually read it afterwards, but it is the idea that he will take away the kid so that Vought can hide him away so that Homelander can go back to focus on what he needs to do. Now, does that sound about accurate to you?
So actually, I'm trying to remember because it's been a little bit since I've seen that episode, but wasn't it that I forget if the reason why they wanted to get I thought the reason that Vought really was interested in the kid was because the kid was kind of leverage against Homeland because it seemed like Homelander was really obsessed with his son, so Vought just having him would be just like another ace in their sleeve.
Yeah, and it was, but at the same time, I don't quite understand why. Like, at no point did it seem to me that maybe Vought was telling Homelander to do things and he wasn't doing the things that they wanted him to do. So I never understood him to be like a liability. It was just like, oh, Homelander's just off doing his things, so let him be.
I feel like there was some kind of
Like he
I
missed a
guess
TV spot or something, but maybe I missed that. Uh,
I guess maybe it's because of just the fact that maybe they were leaning into the fact that there was like already friction between Homelander and Edgar, just because of how I don't know. I guess Homelander doesn't like Edgar, but he just kind of submits to him. So maybe he's just playing off of that necessarily, and not that Homelander had done something previously.
yeah, and
In the season.
obviously Edgar slash Gus doesn't like Stormbreaker because she is a racist. Um, so I think it was suggested during that conversation that maybe Billy Butcher would take care of her. Not particularly really outlined. Again, I had to read back as to what their discussion actually meant. And so he goes, takes the kid, uses a supersonic device to, like, I guess it affects Homelander's hearing. I didn't actually know
Because
that.
he has supersonic hearing. Also.
Yeah, I didn't realize that was actually one of his weaknesses. But he takes the kid, and then at the last minute, he decides to actually, instead of handing the kid over to Vought, he decides to let the kid run away with his wife, even though he originally wanted to keep his wife, and in doing so breaks away from the plan. So when Vought goes and tries to retrieve the kid, they find Homelander and he just essentially kills all of them. I don't know what they expected, to be perfectly honest with you.
Well, to shoot him.
Yeah,
Shoot him,
yeah. I don't know how that would have turned out positively, regardless. And Stormbreaker shows up, and then she gets beat up by all the powerful females of the show because girls get it done. And that was a wonderful moment. I really like that.
That was a great scene.
That was probably the best moment of the entire season, to be honest with you. But then she goes, finds Billy Butcher and his wife and the kid, and she attempts to kill her. And then the kid, of course, he damages Stormbreaker severely and also kills his mom in the process, which is very sad. Certainly a very, very unfortunate turn of events, but Homelander shows up, and then the kid decides to go with Billy, which, nice.
You made the right move there, kid. Yeah, I actually really like that scene because the actor that played Butcher, Carl Urban, does a really great job at kind of showing how much anger and fury is in Butcher's face, like when he initially realizes what this kid has done. And for a split moment, you're kind of like, is Butcher gonna, is he gonna go crazy here? Because you've seen him do it before. So
Well,
that was a
I
great
don't
scene.
doubt that it's in him, but I think that one thing that you can't take away from the character is the fact that he understands how humans work, and just by that very notion, I do feel that he did he was eventually going to understand the fact that this is just a kid, regardless of whether or not he is a super person. He did just act without a lot of control. I wasn't. I don't know that I ever felt that he was going to like go and you know go vengeful on him, simply because I do think that, at least based on his interactions with even Huey, it does seem that he does, even though he might not necessarily understand or work under the laws of human behavior, he will at least, for a lack of a better term, honor them.
Yeah, I see your point. He's definitely shown his humanity at various points. It's just kind of like that little. It just felt like a moment where it certainly helped define his character as being kind of this ambiguous force of good, because I've just seen so many scenes where he goes crazy and stuff. So I was like, okay, well, I wouldn't expect them to, but this show is also kind of crazy, so you never really you're never 100% sure. I think you can be 99% sure, but never 100% sure.
Sure. So it was also his wife's dying wish, so I didn't assume that he was going to turn on that. So eventually Maeve shows up, blackmails him, and then I guess everything turns okay. Um, Seemingly so. Uh, what is it? Starlight is reinstated into the Seven. So is A Train, apparently, for different reasons.
Hey, but can we talk about the tragedy of the season? Can you believe that the Deep wasn't reinstated?
I yeah, that I think that that's funny. I think it's silly that the fact that you know the minister of the church uses the same words to suggest that, well, I can help reinstate one of you, I can't reinstate both of you.
Oh, crap. Why did I get on the stupid force boosting thing? I went on one of those wind currents that boost your horse, and I died immediately afterwards because they didn't land on anything.
Yeah, I wish those were a little more intuitive, in the sense that I know that you're supposed to be safe when you're riding them, but sometimes there's no clear spot as to where to land afterwards, and so it can be the same thing as jumping off of a high jump.
Yeah. Yeah, and I just fell off like a big cliff just now, and I timed my double jump so that I would double jump right before it, but I guess the game still decided to kill me, which is kind of lame.
The game decided on these terrible ideas.
But yeah, how did you feel about Homelander in this last episode?
It doesn't seem like he has a choice in the things that he does. It seems like, for what it's worth, I understand that he's a psychopath, but he likes his kid in the way that he sees him as a reflection of himself. He he honestly doesn't want him to be like him, or at least fall in the same traps that he did. But I don't think that he loves him in the proper way. As in, he's willing to hurt him to get him to whatever he thinks is actually a proper state of mind, if that makes any sense.
That makes sense. Yeah, I think you kind of you're making a similar point to kind of what I'm thinking, which is, I think that this season actually did a pretty interesting thing in showing us kind of this human side. Regardless of how messed up he still is, and obviously he's still messed up. If you remember the last scene of the with him in the season.
Yeah, that was a trip. But yeah, I don't know that he likes his kid necessarily, but I think he definitely sees himself in him, and at the very least he can connect with him that way. So he does show some compassion from that respect, but I don't know that he loves him for who he is.
Right. I think there's still that classic Homelander is more using this person as not a person. But I did think it was pretty interesting the way in which they framed him, kind of being like almost a normal father, and kind of being like a normal father type of person to the kid.
Alright, got him. Got the great sword. Yes. That was just pure luck. What a jerk. Yeah, so I think, and of course the season kind of leaves you with, here is what happens, or here's the thread that we're going to follow next season, because we discover that the senator or representative, I have no idea what she is, this Congress lady that is in charge of like a new task force against, or to keep Soups in control.
She's just AOC.
Yeah, exactly.
You can just call her AOC.
Yeah. So AOC is actually can blow people's heads up, and yeah, she blows up the head of the church, which I don't know how they're gonna explain that if they considered that Stormbreaker was actually the one behind it, or they decided that Stormbreaker was the one behind it.
Yeah, I don't know if they hinted at Stormfront necessarily being behind the head explosions. I think it was just like, unnamed soup attack.
I thought they suggested that it was her, but maybe I'm making assumptions here. Yeah, so overall a very good season. Lots of I feel like the last 3 episodes of the season just had a lot of moments where you felt like, wow, well, everything is going to crap right now.
Actually swapping away a little bit from that point and kind of veering back to Homelander. I feel like his character actually lost a lot in the season finale. Like I feel like he just kept losing. Because he lost his girlfriend, he lost his kid, and then he got basically threatened with social media canceling.
Well, at the same time, I also felt like we get a little bit more of an insight into Homelander, because I think that it was I think it was at least suggested that he cared a little bit more about things like public opinion. I think it was very evident here that yes, he is very worried about what people would think. And obviously, he can decimate like a million people in 1 second, but he's actually very concerned about what the masses think of him. Which I
Which is
guess.
kind of, it's kind of an interesting weakness, don't you think, for a hero that's like all powerful.
No, but I think
Basically.
that's the logical conclusion of an omnipotent character, right? Because if you have somebody who is all powerful, yes, they can destroy every single individual out there who opposes them. But if they come into the point where they've essentially destroyed everyone and makes everyone fear them, then what exactly do they have left for them to actually for a lack of a better term, challenge them? Or what is the problem that will drive them? And I'm not suggesting that Homelander is thinking, oh, I need a problem to challenge me. It is more of the what is my reason for being?
Yeah, and it's definitely I can see how, just from a writing perspective, it's also pretty challenging to come up with kind of a weakness for a character like that, because it's kind of like the notorious, how do we make a story about Superman and make it engaging? Because Superman is basically all powerful. But for Superman, it's obviously different because Superman is all powerful, but he's good. So a lot of the stories center around, well, there is something that makes him weak, kryptonite, or there is something that makes him seem inhuman, but he strives to be human. And those stories kind of shake out that way. Whereas with Homelander, it's different. He does not necessarily concerned with being human, but he is concerned with being loved.
Yeah, for as much as I understand him to be able to subjugate everyone around him, I do think that he still feels the need to have um, external approval for the things that he does. So I wouldn't chalk it up to it being a weakness necessarily, but it is something that he needs. So it's certainly an interesting angle, to say the least. Alright, let's see if I can even equip this thing. Probably need more load bearing or something like that. That always happens. Yeah, of course it goes into heavy load. Jeez, it's like 10 pounds heavier than my current sword. That doesn't even make any sense. They're the same weapon class. Alright, so I guess I need to level up more. Yeah, so I'll be looking forward to seeing season 3 of The Boys. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of cool things that will happen, and I've already gotten at least some wind of what's going to happen. So I look forward to it, but in the meantime I decided to go back to Better Call Saul instead.
Nice. How are you faring with that?
Hold on, let me teleport somewhere safe. So do you remember where I left off?
Sorry, was that a question for me?
Yes, yes. Do you and the world who is watching this chat remembers where I left off?
I think where you last left off, at least from what you told me, was right after, what's it called? I think Mike, it was the episode where Mike was about to shoot Salamanca, the old but then he doesn't, and then he goes back to his car, and then there's like a brick on the horn, and then it says "don't" or something like that. I forget what else happened in that episode. I think that's the last thing that you know.
Right, so it is the end of season 2, and the other thing that happens is that Saul's brother, sorry, Jimmy's brother, what's his name?
Chuck.
Chuck, yeah. So he decides to say, hey, I'm going to become even crazier. I'm going to put more foil around my house. Because
Is that actually a line in the episode? Hey, I'm gonna be crazy.
I'm going to be crazier. Uh, and so Jimmy says, oh, by the way, stop being stupid. Actually, you were right all along. I scammed you. I'm the best scammer ever. And then you discover that Chuck had been recording him this entire time, which is like, come on, dude. How many times are you gonna do this? Just let the guy have the victory. Just move on. But clearly, it's not gonna happen. So he records him. He presents this to Ken. Sorry, what's his name again? The guy from HH&M.
Oh, Howard?
Yeah. And Howard's like, well, we can't really present this before a court of law. He could just says that you could have altered this voice audio. What do you actually want to do with this? And he's like, oh, I have plans. And then just like mischievous smile because of course. But then at some point he decides to show it to the assistant that's been helping him out. I forget what his name is.
Ernesto, I think?
Yes, Ernesto. He kind of half plays it to him, and he's like, by the way, don't tell anybody that you heard this. He makes a really big deal out of it. You don't actually even know that Ernesto has internalized what he has just heard. You just make a point of the fact that Chuck made a really big deal out of the fact that he heard this. He tells him not to repeat it to anybody, which fine. But you don't know what Ernesto is going to do with that. All that you know is the fact that Ernesto had suggested to Jimmy that he felt that they were friends, and that's why he lied to the police about what he told them about what happened in the copy room place. So I don't know what's gonna
Actually,
happen
what
there.
do you so what do you mean? I actually didn't follow you for that last bit. What happened with the who lied to who?
Okay, so when I think the police questioned Ernesto about what happened at the copy center, he essentially lied to them about what happened because according to at least a line in season 2, he suggested that he felt like him and Jimmy were friends and that he knew that Chuck was not doing very well, and so he decided to just stand up for Jimmy. And that is the only thing that I think Chuck was trying to rattle. I don't know yet because I've only seen the first episode of season 3.
Right.
So we'll see where that goes. I'm not exactly sure, and I don't know that I thought that Ernesto was particularly staggered by what he heard. But then the other half of episode 1, season 3 is also just what's his name? Herman Trout. What's his first name?
Mike?
Mike, yes. So obviously he goes to a shop. He's trying to find the tracking device. He eventually finds it inside the inside the what do you call this? Like a gas top,
Yeah, the gas.
gas
I guess the
lid,
gas cap.
gas cap. Yeah. So there was a there was a GPS device inside the gas cap, and he replaces it with a sensor of his own, which allows him to follow whoever placed it there, which is fine. I think it shows a lot of ingenuity. At the same time, I thought that it was very obvious that probably Nacho put it there. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Do you know who put it there already, or?
No, I don't know. Is it Nacho? That is my only guess. Nobody else could have put it there.
Well, then I shall let it remain a mystery. Find out organically who put
Okay, well, if it is Nacho, I'm going to curse you.
it.
Nobody else would have wanted to put that there. From my perspective.
Well, that's fair. I mean, I guess it is in Nacho's best interest to not have the old man die.
It is also just the only person from the Mexican mafia or cartel that would be interested in warning Mike against doing something stupid, right? Or what they perceive to be something stupid. Everyone else would probably want him dead.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, right now, really, that's the only person that would give a damn, basically. I started going south to see if I could find and help you beat that boss, but you already beat that boss, but I'm already here, so now I'm just trying to kind of find the next bonfire.
Let me know
But I
if you
can't
want help
because
in that boss, I guess.
is it like a boss that's like in a bunch of ruins? Or I think I actually am in front of Castle Morn, and then there's this guy just launching stuff.
Yeah, so all you need to do is ride Torrent behind them, and then once you're behind them, you can actually just kill him. He doesn't actually turn around for some reason.
Interesting.
Just make sure that you are swift.
Is the fastest that you can go with Torn is just holding down B, or am I forgetting the?
No, that's actually the fastest you can go. Yeah, so once you're behind that person, you can kill him. There's at least one bonfire at the foot of Castle Morn. And let me see.
Well, he is stomping around right now.
Okay. Honestly, all I'm trying to do right now is trying to get some more levels so that I can actually wield the sword that I earned. That would be nice. And actually, to be perfectly honest with you, I think there's a quest line for Castle Morn, because there's an NPC right outside of it that tells you to go in there and kill the guy. I'm wondering if I should go back. Maybe that's a good idea.
Okay, I beat the Arrow Man, and now I am inside of Castle.
So he was simple, right?
Yeah, after you learn like a stomping pattern, you just hit him in the shin a bunch of times.
But yeah. I guess it finishes up with him going after the person that put the tracking device on his car, and that's where we leave off. Very interested to see what happens next for both instances.
Yeah, that's good. That's good progress. How are you finding the series so far? Is it up to par to Breaking Bad, or is it still below it, or is it about the same? Is it better?
I think it's on par. So here's a thought. I think that both stories are compelling. We have both Jimmy's story and Mike's story. But because Breaking Bad was one unified story, it was slightly more interesting. And I know that at
Yeah, I
some
could see
point
that.
Mike's and Jimmy's story is going to intertwine, or it's gonna go back and forth between intertwining. Um, but just the fact that every once in a while we jump from one story to the other that is completely unrelated makes it seem like, oh, okay, we're holding off on this, we're going back to this.
Yeah, that is a pretty interesting way how they juggle all the threads. Definitely really, really good.
Yeah, so I mean, I like both. I don't know that I could put one on top of the other.
I think you would have to see all of Better Call Saul in its entirety to be able to say. I will say though, after watching both, I still do like Breaking Bad more, maybe just because it is the first time that I was exposed to Vince Gilligan's writing. So it does hold a special place. Plus, I would say Breaking Bad is more explosive than Better Call Saul. Better Call Saul is more thoughtful.
Yeah, I would say it is something that you have to digest a little bit more.
Hey, so you've been to Castle Morn before. What do you make of these like weird Chihuahua mop head people that are just kind of hanging out in a big pile?
I would say kill them if they are going to get in your progression, but don't mind them if you can skip them. Actually,
Oh, they aren't hostile like initially.
unless they spot you, they're not hostile. I was going to say that one of the things that I learned about Castle Morn is that even though it seems like it's a quote unquote castle, oh come on. There's a lot of spots that you can skip, and it is not very straightforward. Like, there's a lot of spaces where you just drop off of ledges in order to keep moving forward.
Mhm. I was more saying, what do you make of them in like, how do you feel about them? Like, do they disgust you? Because they are pretty creepy looking.
The dogs?
They're like, so they're humanoid, but they have like dog's legs, and then they have like this mop head of hair that reminds me of those little dogs that have like white curly hair all over them.
Uh huh.
Yeah, so that's kind of why I was saying these dog men, but they're not really dog men. They're just men with canine-like hind legs, and they look really creepy.
Yeah, not my favorite. Jeez, giant enemy crab. If I could get out of this fight. Let me pause this.
Hey, out of curiosity, you were telling me that you were having some issues with the performance of Elden Ring. Were you able to tweak the NVIDIA settings that I recommended to you?
Sorry, I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that, John. Just had to tend something at the door. It was
Okay.
actually a false alarm.
No problem.
So you were saying?
What was I saying?
I don't know, something about you loving dogs. I have no idea.
Was it something dog related? I
You
totally forget.
maybe you were like, "Oh, I love barking dogs," or maybe you were saying, "I love the game Sleeping Dogs."
It is possible that I said some of those things, although I've never played Sleeping Dogs, so it'd be kind of weird. if
You
I
were
said
like,
those.
"I love Sleeping Dogs and Watch Dogs, also Nintendogs."
Yes, all the dogs.
Um, well, whatever the case, we finished talking about Better Call Saul. We'll get back to this next week, I suppose. Have you consumed any fun piece of media since we last spoke?
Let me think. Also, let me not die. These creatures that are attacking. these guys are tough.
Honestly, every time I see one of these balls of like energy or whatever it is they are called, and I try to sneak up on them, by the time I can charge up my attack, they're gone.
Yeah, I've struggled with that issue too. That's why they're special.
Very close to that level up though. Let's see what else I can kill around here. So, friends of the stream will remember that there was two things that I wanted to get before trying to face Margit once more. One of them was this greatsword that I got that I can't equip, unfortunately. But the other one was Margit's shackles, which is apparently something that a merchant sells. And I haven't gotten there because apparently the only thing that the only currency in this game is runes, and I don't honestly want to sell my runes before I level up. Well, that's dead. Alright, I think I'm gonna take a break and get our final drink for the evening. To your health, John.
Sounds good.
I will be right back. And we are back. So, to end the stream, I decided to get a milk stout. As I tend to do, I generally go from light to dark in terms of beer. This is a milk stout with cardamom and green peppercorn. So, this one is by brewery Taka Beer, which well, I don't want to make false assumptions here, but it sounds either Japanese or Korean. And one of the other beers that I've had from them is a Kolsch, that is what was it? It's a rice Kolsch. So they certainly have some interesting flavor combinations. Just the fact that this one is actually made with cardamom and green peppercorn makes it actually quite interesting. Are you familiar with those spices, John?
So it was cardamom and what else?
Green peppercorn.
I can't say that I'm familiar with either. I've heard of cardamom, but
How many peppercorns are you familiar with?
it's the black, maybe the red.
So fair enough. To be perfectly honest with you, I wasn't very familiar with a lot of peppercorns myself. But I have had this beer before specifically, and what is very interesting is the fact that whenever I talk to anybody about this particular flavor, it's just the fact that because of the choice in spices that it actually contains, it actually reminds me very much of a good stew, if that makes any sense. And if your idea of a good beer is having a delicious stew, then this is probably the right thing for you. But yeah, just the bouquet itself is actually quite robust. The flavor profile itself, um, it is very evocative of the dark malts in terms of caramel and toast, but at the same time it has very unique spices which you don't generally expect from a stout, because when you drink a stout you're drinking it for the heaviness of the malts and maybe the strong levels of sugars within the grains, but it's actually quite flavorful, I would say. So certainly a special beer to me. Very much like it. Let's see what Untapped has to say on the matter, actually. Let's see, milk stout, Daka beer. Okay, our venerable milk stout has joined the core brew party! Exclamation mark. Like the complexity of a well-roasted single-origin coffee, this stout brings it all. Spiciness from the peppercorn, citrus, and herbal notes from the cardamom, the roastiness you expect in a stout, and softness and palatability that only milk sugar can bring. A new take on the underrepresented style it drinks, almost like a chai latte, without the caffeine. This is one of those beer descriptions that I ascribe to a whole lot of floralness. In lesser terms, maybe a whole lot of nothing. I will actually praise it for the fact that it does bring about an idea of interesting spices, and I do think that at the base of this beer you do have the milk sugars, which do form a good foundation for the rest of the flavoring. But if I were to actually suggest that there's anything particularly specific about the flavor of this beer, it is the spices therein. All right, let's get back into this.
It's pretty interesting that you said that it reminds you of stew.
Reminds me of what?
Stew.
Yeah, and here's maybe something that you might understand specifically because you grew up in a similar home setting to myself. And actually, let me switch to live scenes before we actually get into it. I think that my major exposures to spice have actually been through stews. There has been no other food stuff that I have actually ingested in my youth that actually brings about the notion of interesting spices beyond stews themselves. There was never any particular like desserts or I don't know, salads or things like that that actually bring to mind the idea of out of the ordinary spices beyond like things like stew. And I'm thinking of flavors like curry or maybe like what is that spice that tastes like chicken all the time?
Is it chicken stock?
No, it's not. It's not chicken stock. It's that wouldn't that would have been simple. I'm talking about
Curry powder?
no, not curry powder. It's a sea starter. Okay, now I'm perplexed. I'm gonna open up
Sea starter?
yeah, spices. Okay, it's not adobo, but adobo is quite good. Go away. Cumin. That's what I meant.
Cumin.
Do you like the flavor of cumin?
I think it's okay. Can't say that I can pick it out from a crowd, but it's okay.
It very strongly reminds me of like a chicken stew or something like that.
I guess you've had a lot of cumin in your chicken stews.
Maybe I have. Maybe I have. Would you say that you have a favorite spice?
A favorite spice? I might say cinnamon, just because I like it in desserts. Might be the easy cop-out response.
What is, well, cinnamon is everyone's favorite tree bark. What would you say is your favorite dessert with cinnamon?
Let's see. There was this one very delicious coffee cake that I used to make a while back, which is with cinnamon. If I'm remembering correctly, it's with like cinnamon, butter, sugar, obviously, and I think it also has like honey. So, just baked goods with cinnamon is very, very good. I also think there's honorable mentions for rice pudding.
Well, I would say that rice pudding definitely takes the cake on this one for me. But I also very much enjoy creme brulee.
I can't say that I've had a creme brulee before.
You know what I really hate is dying because I fell off a cliff that has no ground, or dying because I fell off a shore that has no uh, beach, I guess.
That's happened to me quite a few times just in this play session, so I know I feel your pain.
And actually, one thing that I completely forgot is to update my ticker here. Here's the real question: why isn't, if our hero can slay dragons and undead, why can't he swim?
Well, I mean, everybody's gonna have weaknesses. This is us going back to the whole point of, Homelander and Superman.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
You
Speaking
can't
of,
write characters without flaws.
yeah, that's true. Speaking of flaws, I did just finish watching. Well, actually, I think still in the last episode of the anime, The God of High School. Have you heard about this?
I may have heard about it, but I guess jog my memory. What is the
So it's a
premise?
2021 anime. It is based on a Korean, I think, comic strip. I forget what they're actually called. But so I like it from the perspective that if you're really interested into like really detailed fighting animation, it is quite wonderful. Very fluid, very detailed, and very satisfying. But at the same time, just I can't follow what character is interested in doing what thing, and the protagonists that were presented are just not, are only very accidentally coming into the plot of the story. So I like it because it's a very delightful showcase, but it is not very substantive.
So you feel that it's more style over substance.
Which you would think, based on my taste, is actually very normal. I mean, I do enjoy video games that are very much style over substance, like No More Heroes, but I feel like we could get a lot more out of the characters shown in this anime if they would give them a little more context, and they don't, and I think that they suffer for it.
Well, I would say that I certainly don't remember the story too well of some of the great Suda 51 greats like No More Heroes, but it definitely did do a good job in the style department. I will give it that.
And I do feel like there is something to be said about media that presents you with very impactful style, but at the point where it suggests to you, hey, the reason why this character is doing this, or the reason why this character has a particular ability, is something in their backstory, and I'm not showing it to you. I think that it lacks a certain something. So it's a very it's an interesting display of skill in terms of artwork. I like the animation. I don't know that I would recommend it based on the story.
Out of curiosity, since you say that you've been watching anime, have you watched?
Chainsaw Man?
No, that is a good question because that is also very popular. Have you watched that show?
No, but I intend to. I saw half of the first episode, but
Is it
I
compelling?
will. It's probably what I will be moving into very soon.
Heard very good things about that one, but actually one that I didn't expect to hear as good things about, but actually did hear good things about was that Cyberpunk anime. Have you heard about it?
I have heard about it in the context that, hey, it's better than the video game.
Yeah, that is a lot of the context that I've been hearing it,
I guess
and
one
it is
thing that
good.
I learned about that I wasn't aware of is just the fact that I guess cyberpunk is in itself a universe.
Hmm.
Do you know about this?
Well, I wouldn't say that it's a universe yet.
Or
I
it's a
guess it.
setting?
So that's actually a good question because um I don't know if cyberpunk is like a setting. I have a feeling like there's something in the back of my head that's saying, wait a second, cyberpunk is actually like a tabletop RPG setting or something like that. I could have sworn I heard something like that, but I don't know, don't quote me on that. But I certainly do know that it is the basis for that Cyberpunk 2077, which is obviously the most popular piece of cyberpunk that we have out there. Notorious. But yeah, I've heard that that show is actually pretty good, and that people liked it. And I was pretty surprised because so that show is actually made by Studio Gainax, which is, the same people who kind of were an offshoot studio from what's the name of the studio that I'm thinking of? Actually, no, I'm misspeaking. It was made by Studio Trigger, which is an offshoot of Studio Gainax. And Studio Gainax is the studio that made, I believe they made Evangelion. They also made Fooly Cooly. Um, a lot of very high profile shows. So yeah, I just thought it was interesting that, even though Studio Trigger does do some pretty cool animation, that it actually came up to popularity again. Because I don't know, it's just been a while.
I can't say that I was aware of the fact that Studio Trigger was actually an offshoot of Studio Gainax. Uh, Obviously, I know that Gainax made both Evangelion and Furikuri. Um, but Trigger has certainly showcased itself as a powerhouse in terms of expression through animation. Um,
Hmm.
so I'm very interested whenever I see something that's developed by them.
I think that they, previous to the Cyberpunk thing, they actually released like a small series of like shorts for Lucasfilms around like Star Wars. And so I was kind of interested to watch that, but I never got around to it. And I think it's actually in Disney Plus.
I do believe that there was an anime based off of Star Wars released very recently, so it doesn't surprise
According to
me.
Wikipedia, Visions, marketed as Star Wars, Visions is an animated anthology series created for the American streaming service Disney Plus. Produced by Lucasfilm, the series consists of various original stories set in, or inspired by, the Star Wars universe. People also ask me, what
Wow.
anime inspired Star Wars? Want to hear the answer?
No. Well,
Okay then.
that's very thorough. I guess now you
The
know.
Ails and Fails show guest starring Alexa, apparently. She's
Yeah,
actually right on the money because that's actually the show that I was talking about.
Visions, Star Wars Visions.
Yes.
Interesting.
I don't know if it's actually like a full-length story, animated by Trigger, but I do know that it was like I think they're a compilation of shorts made by different Japanese animation studios.
Kind of like the Matrix. What was that series of shorts made between the Matrix 1 and 2? Um,
Is it the Animatrix?
yes, the Animatrix. That's what that was. Which was actually quite good. Probably my second favorite Matrix related movie. Yeah, so how did we even get on this topic? Was it
I think because you were just mentioning that you were watching that anime, The God of High School, so I just kind of veered the topic to it.
yeah, so very fluid fighting animation. I really like it from that respect, but just the number of characters that they present. It's a little much to follow along with, and it kind of just takes away from the message of the overall work.
Fair. I guess. So you're not recommending it?
Not unless you really like fighting animation. I did.
That reminds me of.
Go ahead.
That reminds me of this movie that I saw. This anime movie that I saw. I think the name is Sword of the Stranger. Have you ever heard of a movie like that?
I don't think so.
So, the thing about this movie is that there is this one very, very beautifully animated action scene where you can tell like almost the entirety of the budget of the movie went into that scene. It's the basically the setting is kind of like this feudal Japan setting, and so the fight scene that I'm talking about is basically between this foreign white-looking dude who is supposed to be the antagonist in the story, and then a Japanese samurai / Ronin style dude. I don't know if you can really call him a samurai, because samurai, if I'm being historically accurate, are like those people that wore the padded armor and just happen to have a katana. Maybe Ronin is more apt because the main character looks kind of disheveled. He just happens to have a katana. But that's neither here nor there. But the animation is very, very good, and so that's really the reason why I watched it, because like there's this just very one specific scene where it's like really, really well animated. It's really cool, and so I watched it, but the story is pretty forgettable. Like it has a nice premise. If I'm remembering correctly, I think the premise is, this guy is somehow comes into allegiance with this young boy, and he has to protect him. But then some other stuff happens. Chaos ensues, and then he has to eventually fight this guy. And so the movie was pretty mid, but that fight scene and the animation, some of the action scenes were really well animated, and that one was just like the cherry on top. So I guess to kind of just like, I was just making reference to your point about how there's some anime out there that have really, really great animation, but then like it just lacks substance.
Yeah, and I think maybe some of that is done because a lot of those intro episodes or maybe key animations are done so that the show itself gets some budgeting and that they can actually pull off an entire season of something. But it is just sad when you see something that may have a lot of promise and actually that's not the case. So it goes, I suppose. Alright, I think I'm getting close to my Cinderella time here. I don't know that I accomplished much other than defeating that leonine person. Are you still in Castle Morn?
Yeah, I am actually. I'm at that fog gate that you were at the start of the stream.
Okay, well, have you actually fought the boss?
I have not, no.
Well, okay, give it one go and let me know what you think about it.
I will do so.
Here's you probably giving it one go and finishing the battle. Because that's how we played in the Ales and Fails Twitch stream. Yours truly, host Aelwolf, fails at most everything that he does.
This guy's kicking my butt.
So I don't know about you, but he has a very Margit-esque fighting pattern. Because fight, fight, swing, swing, swing without notice, swing twice, jump, swing.
Isn't he supposed to have Margit's like greatsword or something?
No,
isn't
he
that the
just has
reason
a
why
great sword. He doesn't have Margit's great sword.
Oh, okay. Well, I did get my butt handed to me. I died. And I do see your point. He does kind of have like this whole, winds up for 10 seconds and then just, instantly hits you in 2 seconds. Or in like 2 milliseconds, more like.
Yeah, I think I was lucky because I attacked him with my wolves, and my greatsword was strong enough to like down him. I don't know what the term is for whenever a boss just like stops attacking and just like has to take a knee. But I was able to do that enough times that I landed several critical hits without it actually being able to stand up and fight me.
Yes.
All right, I think that wraps it up for us though. Let me go ahead and go back to our untapped stream intermission. All right, so let's wrap it up here. Thank you everyone that tuned into today's stream. Hopefully, if you were sticking around since Super Metroid, you found something to enjoy here. Hopefully, you're watching The Boys. Hopefully, you're watching Better Call Saul. And if not, maybe you're watching some delightful anime out there. We will be back next week. Unfortunately, I cannot stream tomorrow because of personal reasons. But yeah, it'll be great. We'll probably be back on the Retro Corner, maybe doing some Banjo-Kazooie. And maybe we'll be back to our standard Thursday, Friday schedule. Any parting thoughts, Sean?
No, other than you don't have to be coy about your personal reasons. You're obviously honoring the veterans tomorrow, so.
That is, I am going to the gravesite of Tom Hanks in what's the name of that movie? Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like I should rewatch that movie now as an older person and get my takes on it. I only have very brief feelings about it as when I watched it as a young person, so it would be very interesting to see how I feel about the some of the moments in that movie. But maybe we can talk about that sometime.
Maybe we can talk about it next week.
Maybe, actually, maybe. Let's talk about this off stream. But yeah, again, hopefully you have a wonderful weekend. Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you again. Stay thirsty, Wolfkin.